And start Algora. We just got to give him a couple seconds to grab the thumbnail. Alright, that should be good. Alright, so the place we left off yesterday, we massively improved the UI of our login process. What we kind of need to do is, let's log out. Let's do an entirely brand new user. So this is going to be brand new-ish. Ooh, and I don't have my phone on me. That's going to be a problem. Hold on, let me go grab my phone real quick. Sorry. I'm going to pour some more water while I do it, too. Okay. Okay, so next steps, we need to grab this magic link as if it was sent. Right, and how do we feel about this login or sign up page? Yeah, so some of those modals, especially like this modal, maybe need some work. I may want to do something with these modals where if we're going to have it on like a single page, I want to put like the Waltr logo somewhere, right? Because like our branding is hurting. And we probably want to provide some kind of link back to the homepage. And that's what the logo could end up being. So, yeah, let's like think out loud or, you know, maybe let it stew about how we should display the logo. Do we put it just here with a little arrow back underneath it? I wonder if the arrow would be confusing to users. A logo in the QR code, but just remember that the QR code doesn't show on every single one of these screens. So I do maybe want to have the logo somewhere. Maybe we just keep the header at all times. I don't know. Yeah, I'm on the fence about it still. All right, and our API is a bit slow. So yeah, like here's an example of that same like, you know, card page or whatever, but with like the header. What do you think? Should we have this header showing at all times? I'm on the fence about it. I don't know. But bare minimum, we need to create a new business for this user. We're going to call it Acne. So there's going to be an idea of a user could have multiple businesses, and this is the error we were getting where we don't see that part yet. But the network error is basically we're not creating these settings when we create the new business. So that's the part where we left off, right? Leaving off, we got to do that part. So we'll do that first, and then we'll do some more of like the styling stuff. Have a timeline? That could work. I think I like that idea. The reason I'm less keen on the timeline in the header is that when we get to mobile, it's not a great place for it. So then on mobile, we'd have to kick the timeline to like a bar below it, and then we're losing a lot of vertical real estate. Well, are we though? And I think here's the big thing. The MFA flow is really just like 2 steps. I don't think the timeline makes any sense, actually. Like, I don't think it's enough steps that a timeline is necessary. How many steps do you think is a minimum for a timeline to be necessary? 3? Yeah, no, like I think other people have mentioned the timeline, and I'm still like struggling to think about like how useful it would be. Right, like, hold on, let me log out again. Right, so especially for this flow, when the user is already an existing account and they've already set up their multi-factor auth. If we get to this point, right? Log in, we've clicked the link, we're logging in. Bam, MFA validate. This is the only step. So a timeline makes 0 sense here. Now again, I want to show the logo somewhere. I'm thinking the logo just sits above here. Maybe inside the card. That's a decision we don't have to make right now. I want to say it out loud to myself so I can kind of like stew on it. Right? And again, if people don't know, I heavily weaponize the diffuse thought process. Just the logo above? Okay, outside the card when GitHub does it? Or is it inside the card? Yeah, that's a great point. I should look at how some of these other companies design it. That is a great point. Yeah, could you verify that for me? Like, it's just, I don't want to log out of GitHub because I don't know, it's like a hassle for me. Yeah, anyone out there, if you check like the MFA flow. Okay, you got to log in, a link for it. Perfect. Ah, so I guess part of this is... It's outside the card. But it doesn't feel as like disjointed because it's still the same background color, right? So maybe that's a flaw in how I'm doing this. All right, so no one's in trouble if they don't like it. How do we feel about the design aesthetic of this site? Does it feel nice or does it feel old school? Right, does this feel very like bootstrappy? If anything, maybe it feels a bit like material-like, but with rounded corners, which makes it feel older. I wonder if I got rid of like the rounded edges, would it feel more modern? That would be the 100% view. At which point, I might want to like change up the styling, right? At some point, I'd like to make these like drag and droppable. When we get to mobile sizes, that looks terrible. That's true. I still want to support mobile. And when we say mobile, like, honestly, supporting mobile supports people with, like, varying zooms as well. Right? If someone wants to zoom in this much, they should be able to. Right? When we get to this level, what do we want to do? Now, granted, yes, when we get so far in, does this even make sense for the average user? Probably not, but I still want to support it. Someone browsing on a tablet, even. Tablet could be a thing. Business people love tablets. Yeah, I agree. The target market for this is really not mobile. But supporting mobile actually supports accessibility too, right? Like responsiveness in general is less of just a mobile concern and more of also an accessibility concern, because accessibility wise, people will zoom in. Definitely some truth to what you're saying. Yeah. You know, I want to think about some of this stuff, and we can stew on it. We got time. Right? So this is what, like, the mobile view would be. Probably need some side padding, right? The thing that's kind of triggering me a little bit is the alignment in the header, which we could work on. Again, that's like a small thing. And the main thing is I'm saying all this out loud so that I can have somewhere to go after we fix this bug that we got. This bug that we got is really the more important thing. So let's go do that first. I think another thing I'm going to want to do is figure out where we put like the business selector, right? Because you could be associated with more than one business. You may want to create a new one. I'm going to think that goes here in the sidebar. But then that does raise concerns for what do we do at mobile. We have a business selector here in mobile. You click it and it drops down or something. I don't know. Stuff to think about. But let's fix this endpoint first. All right, so API keys, business users. This is going to be, and I don't think we have business settings set up yet. Yeah, we don't have that table yet. All right, so business settings. Oh, hold on. Let me double check this. So when we do a create, are we generating the created at and modified at automatically? We aren't. Yeah, so all these have a flaw. Where are we getting data store from? So data store here comes from types. You're thinking floating sidebar design is less common? Really? And when you say that, you mean instead of floating sidebar, it's just like a full height sidebar? Sure. I'm less worried about that part. But yeah, no, I agree. Like, that might be the move. And that wouldn't be too hard of a redesign. Honestly, like, it'd be kind of a really easy redesign. Yeah, well, think about it. I think there's other, like, low-hanging fruit to fix. But this is going to be dashboard. Oh, and it's actually admin. So the main reason I like the floating is because I may eventually want to have, like, separate blocks. Right? Like, logical blocks. So much so that, like, the way I'm thinking about doing the business selector is going to be its own, like, separate floating block. And below these things might be a separate floating block for documentation or, like, support type stuff. Yeah, no, and I get that, Renegade. But I think I like the idea of, like, logically separating the blocks. Especially for the fact that I'm probably going to have a sidebar section for documentation type stuff. Or an AI chatbot. Yeah. AI chatbot is, like, pretty commonly just a little, like, floating button in the corner, though. Yeah, a lot to think about, though. Like, I'm definitely not saying, like, it's wrong. I'm just trying to think out loud about what the right move is. All right, so we create the business. We'll bring in these types that we haven't brought in yet. Let's make sure these look right. I find it strange that these aren't imported and broken up in the same way. Oh, you know what? Nope. So, I want to install that prettier plugin for this as well. We're going to do it per project, though. And yeah, we go grab that one we created for the front end. But we're going to modify it a bit. We want to put it at the top level in here. Okay, so then we're going to have a Calatrava. Architect. I don't think we have anything else there that we need to care about yet. From here, this is going to be Calatrava. All the architect stuff can go together. So this one is going to be /shared. This is going to be a negative look behind. And what's up, Fishing Joker? And for everyone on Twitch, Fishing Joker's over on YouTube. Have you used DigitalOcean before? Because that's the simplest way of explaining this. Okay. Well, consider every video game you've ever played. Or not every video game, but consider games that have an internal marketplace. Possibly for buying skins or whatever, right? Like League of Legends or any of that. The way they typically work is you spend $5, $10, $20 for an internal currency, like a lump sum of that internal currency, and you incentivize people to spend bigger amounts for like getting a bunch of free extra credits or something, because that lowers your per transaction cost. And then they can do microtransactions against that balance. That entire system. That's what I'm building out as a service so that every single game doesn't have to build it themselves. Very similar to how companies don't want to have to build out their own auth, etc. So that is one aspect of it, right? The transactional nature of it. There's also a usage-based nature of it. So DigitalOcean is a hosting provider. When you spin up a droplet or a VPS on DigitalOcean, you're not going to be billed $5 for the entire month if you only have it for an hour. Instead, they're going to prorate that value for the hour that you had it up against what the full $5 per month would have been. That is usage-based billing. So let's say you want to have some type of service that scales with the amount of traffic you're getting. So you want to spin up some extra droplets when you're getting a traffic spike, and then kill them later when your traffic dies down. You only want to be billed for the times you were running those. That is also the other aspect of what I'm building. Now, there might be a good argument to say that I should try and split these things up. That could be a pivot we do later, but I think for now, I'm going to try and combine them into the same service. Thanks. Okay, so we break these into separate blocks. Let's see if that page we were just modifying... Oh, nope, not yet, because we need to update this. Nope, plugins there. That should be working. I feel like these paths are wrong. Oh, no, we had to do these paths because of how we're doing our build. Because we're doing TypeScript. Yep, never mind. So that part's fine. We got our prettier RC. Ooh, and we see prettier here. Not happy with us. Why is that? Oh. So there's some flaw in what's going on here. Why is that? Let me get more music going, huh? So it detected that, but then it gave us an error of this. Error formatting document. Experimental syntax requires enabling. All right. With how old that is, I think it's just a versioning issue. Like, I might just need to update prettier. Ooh, prettier doesn't even seem to be installed. Doesn't look like it needs to be. So that's not the issue. I guess I'm not using decorators in any of the other files, so that's probably part of it. Right, import order is their own stuff. All right, that worked. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, all right. So we're good here now. Yeah, this is the part we're doing. One thing I want to double check is how we're doing our data. Right, so are these the right keys for, or hold on, for business settings, are these the right keys? I think they are, because Super Maven is really good. Like, it has saved us a lot of boilerplate lately. I've been on the fence about AI in a lot of cases. Super Maven, nailing it. And AI isn't the right term, I know, my bad. So yeah, business ID and created at, nah, it nailed it. Yeah.
It's not easy.
Hey!
Braving Justice is a supervillain who thrives on creating chaos under the guise of fighting for justice. They have the power to manipulate perceptions, making people see what they believe to be just or righteous actions, even when they are harmful. Their origin story involves once being a heralded judge known for fairness until they were betrayed by the system they believed in. Now Braving Justice uses their abilities to turn society against itself, believing that true justice can only arise from total chaos.
Interesting. That is a brave injustice mentality there. But yeah, thank you for that sub. I was just listening to what the bot said. Just having fun with it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So, one thing I want to do in our fixture data, when we are generating things, what are the settings that we're doing for business settings here? Because I know there's something very specific we're doing. Oh, that leaving off is done. Okay, so that looks about right to me. Yeah, let's just make sure this works right with a brand new user now. All right, all right. Okay, perfect. So that does do the onboarding part. Sweet. Yeah, we're set. Okay, cool. And the way we're checking that to like know if the user needs to do this is if the created at and modified at are the same. So they need to adjust something by, you know, doing any one of these. Awesome. Yeah, sweet. Took me a second. I forgot about that part. Sweet. Okay, yeah, that works for me. So now we need to do it again. We can do it with John Bon Jovi. And I want to fix some of like the design stuff within those forms before I forget about it, because I will totally forget about it. Alright, so that gets us to this login page, where we then see that the user does not have their business updated. And yeah, that's a slow endpoint. We may want to look at how we could speed that up. Some of it is definitely just because we're running it from local, and I would expect it to probably run much faster in production. So if we click next here, boom, I want those to be side by side. Or at least like side by side at certain screen sizes. Yeah, I mean, so you're seeing loading. Well, actually, no, you weren't seeing loading for these, were you? Yeah, that'd probably be the easiest way there, Ahmed. Good call. So yeah, the interesting thing is these used to be side by side by default, and then Mantine switched up their styling of that component. Let me just double check that Mantine doesn't have some other specific way they want to do that. You know, I could do whatever I want with CSS, but if they have a specific way they want to do it, then that's way easier. Okay. I think it's the group that I'm missing. So let's go look at it, just to be sure. All right, so here we are. We can close web. Yeah. Let's see. So I think it's just on the overview page that we do this. And yeah, this part right here is the slow part, I think. So yeah, it's really just like the get stats endpoint. So I'll probably want to split these up, right, into individual stats. That way each, like, section can, like, load on its own. We are splitting up at least, like, account stats and transaction stats. But there's definitely something else we could do there. Ooh, you know, that modal, I think, is actually over on our main app component instead. Yep. Yeah, so these chained modals. Mm-hmm. And it looks like... that's the main bit there. And we do a radio group, but we don't do a group around it. That'd be it. Yeah, so I definitely have the approach of, I have, like, thick routes, and then I extract things out of the routes when they make sense. But I don't find much use in extracting a component if I'm only using it in one place. At some point there is value in it, but right now, definitely not. Now, there could be a use case for taking some of that component, or like the logic within the larger component, and splitting it out into smaller components within the same file, but creating a whole separate file for logic that exists only in one place. I really don't like that, because it's a bit of like indirection, and it means you have to like jump around to see everything that a page is doing, especially when it's all unique to that page. So yeah, I really don't like the idea of premature abstraction. Premature abstraction is a premature developer optimization. Do I write tests or test it manually? I'm currently of the mind that I only want to end-to-end test the happy path. Eventually, I will be end-to-end testing the majority of the application. But I've already got integration tests for all of my API. Yeah, unit testing, I only unit test units that matter. I do not do jest-style unit tests because I don't find value in it. Right, like jest-style snapshot testing, it's nice, but who here actually looks at the snapshot differences in a PR? Basically nobody. So then, if no one's actually looking at the results of the test, and they're just saying looks good to me every single time they see a diff, the test is worthless. No, testing UI does matter. What I'm getting at is unit testing UI rarely matters. There are certain cases where you want it. Instead, end-to-end testing has way more value. There you go, Cordless. This is my primal job? No, I am a developer advocate for Get Kraken. So yeah, Ahmed. End-to-end testing the happy path of your application is massive, and that will be a test that I implement for sure. And in doing so, it tests the integration of everything through the app. I find a lot of value in end-to-end testing, I don't find a lot of value in unit testing for the sake of unit testing. Certain units do need to be tested. Like when I'm doing my billing reconciliation, there are absolutely pure functions in that process that are unit tested to 100%. If I'm building SDKs, those should be unit tested to 100%. Which is why I have 100% API testing coverage via Dread.js, and it is testing my actual documentation against my API, which I find really valuable. Yes, exactly, Amit. End-to-end testing will probably run against staging, at least for the time being. Eventually, I might create a third environment that is just for end-to-end testing so that I can like pull it down and bring it back up. At the end of the day, though, think about it this way, Ahmed. Because this is a giant mono repo, I don't even need to create a full environment for it. I can run all this stuff locally, like inside of a CI/CD process. iReal. When I say 100% of the API, I mean all endpoints and responses are tested. So I'm not necessarily caring about the code coverage because Dread.js doesn't do code coverage. Dread.js does do Open API spec coverage, and I find that valuable. Exactly, Amit. Yeah, it'll be happening within CI/CD, within an ephemeral environment. I don't need to deploy it anywhere because all of it is locally hostable, which is another powerful reason for using Architect instead of raw dogging Lambda. No. Docker is the way I would do it, for sure. Yeah, like inside CI/CD where all this stuff runs. I can spin it all up and then test. We may not need the Docker thing, though, because it's all NPM dependencies. So there's very little like environment stuff I need to worry about setting up because I'm not worrying about setting up a MySQL or Postgres or anything because I'm running Dino Lite, which is a DynamoDB local implementation that I don't need to set up a Docker container for. But yeah, so iReal, I mean 100% for the database, right? Or for the API, as in all possible responses of the API. So those are the branches that I care about, right? The coverage. Which ends up getting really close to like line coverage as well. Because, you know, how would I get to that random error like response from the API without going through that branch that created it? So it is probably not going to be 100% line coverage, but it's going to be really close because, yeah, how do you get to that branch of logic to create that error without going through that branch of logic, you know? Ah, thanks, Ahmed. And keep in mind, like, I'm not perfect. There are definitely better engineers than me. This is just simply the way I feel about things right now, and my opinions could change. But at some point, testing becomes the enemy of good, right? Like, I really don't like minimum test coverage numbers unless you're talking about something that really is like an important unit. So when I'm talking about my billing reconciliation, breaking that out into unit testable chunks that don't even have to hit the database and I can mock all the arguments they're going to be called with, boom, I get a lot of like value out of that. But it's such a smaller unit than the rest of the entire API that, yeah, some like coverage number wouldn't make any sense to me unless I'm looking at specifically just those functions. Yeah, Ahmed, so, and for everyone, like, I really do feel like bare minimum test coverage numbers, they're a false sense of security. Because you end up writing tests that don't actually test the thing you care about, right? You're just making the test to cover a line rather than actually evaluating if it's a valuable test. So your tests end up being tests of the implementation rather than the results. And that's a bad test. right? I'm not saying that, like, all unit testing is bad. Of course not. Yeah, how else will the manager know our code is amazing? I mean, I think we've all seen code that has unit test coverage above 60 or 70 or whatever percent your company cares about, and it's still wrong and broken, right? Because the test isn't actually a valuable test. Because you're mocking something that shouldn't have been mocked that way, right? You're stubbing something like a dependency because you wrote your code that wasn't a pure function. You wrote your code that wasn't dependency injectable in a good way. So yeah, the more you end up mocking, besides just data, if you start mocking behavior, you're going way off trail and you're really messing up. But you end up having to do that in a lot of code, right? In a lot of like projects that have some minimum number. So the moment you're mocking behavior, that should be a code smell. You should only be mocking data as you pass it through to functions. That's also true. Yeah, you could have 100% code coverage, but not be dealing with the edge cases that matter. So what should you test if not the implementation? You should test the results. And that's it. So that's where maybe test-driven development makes more sense. I don't do test-driven development, but if you're writing your tests based upon the results you expect, right, regardless of like a coverage number, then you're probably covering the cases that you care about. And as you discover edge cases, you create a test for that edge case. But you don't test, well, did I hit every branch of logic within that code? Because then it's a brittle test. It's not a valuable test. You end up refactoring your test more than you end up writing code. Yeah, mocking your database. And keep in mind, ooh, I've totally done that before. Naive 2012 Chris made mistakes, man. Mocking PDO. I want to see if I still, I want to see if I still get SEO from that. Maybe it's mock PDO. Yeah, don't write useless unit tests. Like, this person's hitting the nail on the head. So yeah, I'm definitely not on the front page. It used to be one of the most trafficked blog posts I ever wrote. All right, so yeah, we don't even get there. Oh, interesting. What did I call the blog post then? Do I even have that blog post anymore? Huh. Well, this monkey patching post has a link for me to talk about it. And it's probably a downvoted post, but whatever. Oh, we just don't have this blog post anymore? Oh, no, I think I know what it is. Yeah, we refactored the URL structure. Yeah, I must not have that blog post anymore. I might have even just removed it. So that would be why it's not getting any SEO. I know, lost forever. What was I thinking? It's fine. It's not like it was a good post anyway. I think that's probably why I don't have it anymore. I just want to see if it's even in there still. Because I'm curious about that now. Ah, archives is what it would have been. Wait, what tab was it? Yeah, archives should still be there. Wait, why do I not even see that Stack Overflow? We just saw it. What? And we just got it through the same thing. Yeah, that is super weird. On Wayback Machine? Yeah, there you go. Like, we'll find it. So yeah, if I just take all this and turn it into archives. No. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, it's on Wayback Machine, I'm sure. I'm forgetting blog. And I think, no? Wow, yeah, I don't even remember. Yeah, you can find the article that way, for sure. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how I have that routed. If I look at maybe, like, this article, it's just blog/. Ah, there it is. So it's just blog/ now. Interesting. I should do some, like, 301 redirects. And yeah, a big reason Google doesn't have it is because I don't have a good, like, past posts thing. I just have, like, the most recent 10. So I should work on that. One of these days. So yeah, I don't think you should do this. I want to point that out. But yeah, back in the day. Back in the day. PHP 5.3. Old school. And then yeah, there's another post. Again. Yep. Oh, this one's like even more broken. So yeah. Yeah, we got work to do to fix things. Yeah, there's a bunch of posts that kind of got lost to time. Ooh, and yeah, like some of these were my most popular blog posts, for sure, right? Like useful Magento template methods and UI view controller hierarchy. I used to get a lot of hits from these blog posts, which is kind of funny. Yeah, all right. Well, whatever. That is a task for another day. People think you're crazy because in certain communities, they obsess about the performance of unit tests, but you actually like how Django makes it easy to hit a real database in your unit tests. Yeah, the problem with real databases in unit tests is you're no longer testing the unit. Right? So realistically, you should be extracting a unit that takes in the data that the database would have passed you. and then just unit test that, which is how I ended up doing the unit testing for Waltr here on the billing reconciliation. I've got my functions that do like the fetching of data from Dynamo, and then I extracted out the functions that use that data, and those functions that use the data get tested. So yeah, for the most part, the most powerful thing you can recognize in your code when dealing with unit tests is writing pure functions that take in everything they need and spit out everything they need to. Verifying the inputs and outputs and how they handle those inputs and what outputs you get out of them, bam, those are the easiest unit tests in the world. Which is why I typically say, like, yeah, when you're writing code in any language, you should still probably be at least a little bit aware of functional programming in some way. I'm not saying you have to be fully certain of what a monad is. I still forget. I'm pretty sure result and option in Rust are monads. Yeah? I could be wrong. I couldn't actually give you a proper definition. But at least being familiar with functional thoughts, right? Functional, like, thought patterns and design patterns is still beneficial. Ahmed, give you a good resource for unit testing paradigms? Not really. Like, I just really think pure function is the only way you need to think about it. In my opinion, the Elm white paper, right? Concurrent FRP for functional GUIs. Right? Read this article and let me paste it over to YouTube for Ahmed. Oh, sorry about that, everyone. Forgot to turn streamer mode back on in Discord. There we go. So yeah, basically, when you're thinking about testing the GUI, you should be thinking in like pure components, because a pure component is basically a pure function. That makes your UI more testable. And if you, once you start reading this, you might understand where React got the idea of Flux. Because he basically talks about the entire like flow of what Flux is and how Elm does its rendering from the top down and all that, right? Like React's like Flux architecture is Elm's. So maybe I had a leg up because by the time React released, I had already read this, so it just clicked. Right? Yeah, of course Flux is the way to go. Why do a digest cycle? Ugh. Right? Like AngularJS back in the day. But it was somewhat revolutionary at the time. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Exactly. It can you can definitely agree that it could be a code smell that you're not writing something pure when it could have been. I think you had another comment, though, that this couldn't have been. And no, never mind. Nope. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, I agree. Hitting the database. Don't unit test that. Extract out the logic that uses the result of hitting the database. And then bam, you have testable code. Okay, so we did the radio group with a group within it. Perfect. Let's do the same thing for all these other groups. Oh, and it's checkbox dot group now. Where's checkbox group even coming from? Alright, so we should see this modal pop up. Yep. So then we get to here. Yeah, we see that. We should probably get some spacing on it. Oh, interesting. Hold on. That... We did MT4. Oh, got it. We want to do it on the group, not the radio group. Got it. We'll have to see what that does. Oh, I see. I see. So it's going to be string. And then we just got to convert it. This is still not it. Wait, what? Alright, so we get the label there. We see radio group here. Did I just forget it on that one? Yep, I did. Ah, we might have wanted to do MT2. Just a little bit on it, you know? Yeah, that's more reasonable. Okay. So, no provider here. We probably want to make sure that gets hidden and then just do like a little note saying like you can skip this for now. Donut. No, so it's a reference to the movie Hackers. If you haven't seen Hackers, well, now you have homework. But yeah, like, the Gibson is like a giant mainframe. Yeah, exactly. Hack the planet. Me and some friends used to refer to hacking the Gibson, or actually, not even that. Basically, like, the mullet. We used to call a mullet the Gibson. Because, like, you know, in the old Lethal Weapon movies, he had, like, the quintessential 80s mullet. And thank you for the follow there, Lone. What you up to? Alright, so we got a little bit of styling to do on this one. I believe that checkbox group just needs like a margin bottom 4. Wait, is it Renegade? Oh, I didn't know that. That's amazing. Ooh, so this is something I'm less a fan of. Because we're using the modal manager, some of that state doesn't persist, which I find a little annoying. We might want to think about how we do that. I should also be centering the text when we ask this part. Real quick though, I have to go use the restroom. So, BRB, I gotta pee. This tea is going right through me.
This is medieval time!
Alright, yeah. How y'all doing? But also, hold on, Donut. There actually has been some guitar shenanery, which I haven't heard of as a word, but I'm guessing it's like the verb of shenanigans. Which, thank you for that word. I like that. Even if it's not a real one, I'm going to use it. But I have actually played my acoustic guitar here on stream. There's a channel point reward. If you hang out long enough, you can make me do it. I need to swap the strings. But yeah, fun stuff. And ooh, I just saw Danielle share this. So yeah, Danielle, who is a Madden streamer, you know, sports games in general. He posted something to the Discord that their 7-year-old is doing some stuff with Scratch. That's awesome. Yeah, that's huge. Linux from scratch, exactly. So, you know, typical 7-year-old stuff. Holy shit balls. So I'm gonna have to stop playing Travis Kelce because he is just blowing it. Sorry, I am playing Madden or not Madden, sorry, like fantasy football with the friends. All right, there's a few people here in the stream that are part of it. Man, what is it? Like, tight ends are just not being targeted lately. I just don't get it. Mahomes is doing terrible. Should have went with Stroud. Oh, is that it? Yeah, they're losing. Oh, no. They're winning by 1 against Cincinnati? Yeah, that's not good. Something ain't right. Josh Allen let you down? Yeah, Josh Allen let the person I'm playing against down, too. 9 points? 9 points. Yeah, quarterbacks are having a rough time, and tight ends are having a rough time, too. Oh, and Ahmed, so hold on. You have a question. There's something in Vue called Keep Alive. Not sure what's the equivalent for it in React. I don't know what Keep Alive in Vue is, so I have no idea. We can look it up real quick. We got some time. Oh, I see, Ahmed. So you were talking about like the state not being maintained between the components in the modal manager stuff. No, it's not even a Vue problem. Sorry, not even a React problem. It's a Mantine problem. Like, I'm almost positive. Oh, if I was using the modal manager, we'd actually probably have a better time with it. Let me double check this. No, that is the modal manager. Yeah. There might be something we could do with the Mantine modal to have it maintain state. Let me see if I can find it. Looks like they got rid of the modal manager, like as a separate thing. Nope, never mind. So yeah, modals provider. Modals.openConfirm modal. So I am using the confirm modal stuff. I mean, I like it. I guess here's the big thing. Why would you want to use it? Do you want to be able to have like absolute full control over the component? At that point, you probably want shadcn instead. Whereas instead, like if you're just trying to get something working, Mantine has pretty much all the stuff you need. So yeah, move fast and break stuff. Yeah, so at that point, I would say Mantine's great for that. My favorite part of Mantine is the collection of hooks, right? So like use click outside. How many times have you had to write your own like use click outside type shenanigans? Really annoying to do, right? I've definitely had to do it. Right? Your own hook for like use event listener. I forget to do this from time to time, but I should. You know, like a lot of like really nice hooks. And you could definitely go find these hooks in other places too, right? Like a use idle is really nice. Ooh, that one's good. Like there's a lot of them. Use page leave. Bunch of these things that like you wouldn't have to write yourself. But my favorite component is actually the app shell. So just like, yeah, having this like sticky header, sticky sidebar, and then this content scrolls on its own. How many times have you had to build that out yourself? And then you deal with some like edge case that you didn't account for, like people zooming in or just some of the junk around that. Like really annoying. Instead, bam, just works. Now, there is a little bit of effort to get Mantine and Tailwind working side by side, but I've done it now in maybe like 3 or 4 projects. It's fine. Like, I don't mind it. Right, so if we go look at main here, we've got Mantine. I've got with global classes. I used to do it without the prelude. Now it's fine. But I do think I do some shenanigans with how we bring in Tailwind. So I'm just doing Tailwind components and utilities. I think I'm ignoring the base, right? So base ends up breaking a bunch of Mantine styling, so we import preflight directly into our index. Which we're doing somewhere here at the top, I think. Yeah, so we got like some Mantine, like core date stuff, preflight.css. So there's a little bit of that. Curious why color palette didn't get moved to the top, but whatever. Yeah, no worries, Chronic. Yeah, I like Shad CN. I don't think it provides nearly as much as I want for every case. For other things, it works really well, though. Trying to think. What was the project I used Shad CN a lot on? Yes, this is a Shad CN project, right? Because it has a whole bunch of these features, and Mantine doesn't work with Astro, right? Because Mantine requires a provider. Astro doesn't do context, because every page is its own unique snowflake. So that's one thing to remember about that. You can't do anything provider/context based in Astro. So I had to ditch Mantine for all of my doc sites. Luckily, for a documentation site, Shad CN ends up being perfect. Now, this part's no good. That's definitely just like a zoom issue. But, yeah. Like, we got more we could fix on this. So yeah, let me double check this modals thing. One thing I don't like about their docs is how these aren't clickable. That would be nice. Of course it did there, Chaotic. Of course it did. No, it's fine. Like, the points I have right now are already higher than the projected points for my opponent, right? Cooper Kupp with only 5 points is insane. Mike Evans with only 5 points is insane. So yeah, man, Patrick's team really, really screwed him over. Like, dude. Yikes. Yikes. I bet Toto's kicking himself in the... Oh, did Cooper Kupp leave due to injury? Oh, God. Well, yeah. Time to pull some waiver wire stuff. Wait, is that the Rams or the Chargers? I guess he only got 6 points this week. Damn, Rams didn't do that well today either, huh? Oh, and I messed that up. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong person. Oh, yeah, Rams did terrible. Yikes. Wow, yeah. Yeah, so maybe just don't pick any Rams receivers. I was like, ooh, who could I swoop now that Cooper Kupp's going to be out for a bit again? Nobody worth swooping. I got Puka. Puka's out for a bit, though. Yeah, man. Yeah, injuries are really, really doing some damage. Okay, so yeah, modal settings here. I think we got to look at it. Yeah, I mean, here's the big thing, right? Modal's provider takes those props. Yeah, there really isn't like a way to maintain the state of these. Yeah, I think we'll just have to deal with we'll have to deal with that modal just not maintaining that state as you go back through it, which is a little annoying. Yeah, no, that's all there is to it. Whatever. I've seen worse. All right, so we got at least a little bit of the low-hanging fruit in that initial modal there. When we click to accounts here, let's double check how some of this looks. One thing I want to do here is, yeah, we make this go all the way up to 30. We may want to make that even bigger. I think in generating our fixtures, we should just increase some of those numbers so we have some better example data to work with. Do 55. 55. That was a throwback. Oh man. Someone just heard the song in their head. Schwan. $55. Two and one half. I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head all day. Alright, so we should be good there. So then our fixture data is gonna run. It might take a little bit longer. Might be able to pour myself an adult beverage. Can we just recognize how much better I've been about not overdoing it? At least here on stream. I did overdo it when I went out to those events on Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, I'm happy about it. Yeah, thank y'all. All right, so let's do a log back in situation. Oh, forgot to actually enter the code. Air brakes. Oh, I saw a good meme. I think it was on Reddit. Could have been somewhere else today, where it's basically like someone's like, name a non-Marvel character that would be able to pick up Mjolnir. And it showed Ernest P. Worrell. We all know he'd be able to pick up Mjolnir for sure, right? Air brakes. I'm doing good. How about you, Kevin? Cozy Sunday? Yeah, it is a good day. So then here, when we get to accounts, I want to make sure my pagination actually works as we expect it to. Ah, we got some stuff to fix here inside of filters. Yep. Yep, so we got a bug there. Our pagination is not updating our amount on the page. Yep. All right, so we'll do that. I think first we can tackle this styling issue for, you know. I don't remember what this used to look like. Yeah. Maybe, except if we did it stacked, it would look a little funky too. Yeah, let's go look at it. Let's see what we got in there. I don't know if that would do it. I don't know if that would do it. Ooh, and I heard a good phrase. I don't eat oysters much, but basically don't eat oysters in months that don't have an R in their name. Right? So May, June, July, August, definitely don't eat oysters. Because that's their, like, spawning season. September's actually, like, kind of iffy at that point, though, because, like, yeah, summer seems to be going, like, later and later. Do you, Crasher? I'm gonna guess you actually don't. Yeah, I find that counterintuitive, though, because, like, the only time I would actually want to eat oysters, right, because they're, like, a cold dish, is actually during summer, you know? Like, sushi, in my opinion, is best during summer. I don't consider sushi, like, a winter meal. Oh, thanks, Champion. I think it depends on when you were last here. And it is still like an upgrade. It's been the same camera, but I upgraded the lens, and the lens allows me to like really dial in like a better shutter speed and all that, because it's a faster lens. Faster is a bad term for lenses, but you know what I mean. Know what I mean, Vern? Yeah, this lens goes to like a 1.8 for aperture, which is nice. Which gives you a lot more leeway in like shutter speeds you can do, which makes for a crisper thing. It's also like just a nicer lens, so like the focal crispness is better too. But yeah, it depends on how long. If it's within the past year, I've had this camera that long, but I upgraded the lens just like 3 or 4 months ago. If it's older than that, then yes, I might have had an older camera, for sure. In fact, yeah, I still have that camera. I might want to just like hold a giveaway or something, because I'm not using it. It's just a 1080p camera, but it'd still be better for, you know, better than nothing for some people. I'm also considering using it for like a top-down camera for like the keyboards like camera. So we'll see. I don't know. If I can find a good use for it, I'll continue to use it. All right, so let's think about how we want to do these. What I'm thinking is, right, this ends up being like a date range component, and it adds a filter. That totally breaks on us. It becomes a 401. Oh, could not fetch business by user or API key. This is not the first time we've had that happen. Let me double check what's going on there. So we have get business. When we're doing a fetch for, and this is in accounts, correct? Businesses, accounts, yeah. We are doing just get business. Did I make a change on the back end that caused us to reboot? No. No, we did. No, I think that was it. Yeah, we made a change on the back end that caused a reboot of the API, which means that user got logged out. So yeah, we can just do this, and it should work just fine. We'll double check that. Sorry, little, what looked like a fruit fly? I wonder if this trash Because I take my tea bags and I dump them out in there, but that could totally be a place where fruit flies start spawning. I'm gonna have to consider that. That could be a mistake. I wouldn't expect that tea bags are high enough in sugar for fruit flies to like it, but I don't know. Well, I'm not doing the lemonade. I haven't done lemonade in months. Like, I've been trying to cut sugar, which is why I'm drinking the tea. Yeah, the decomposition could do it, for sure. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know, I don't see any, like, hovering around it. I shake it, I don't see any in there. Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, the tiny flies are super annoying. Yep. Yeah, the last place I lived, I had a giant trash can in the kitchen, and that thing would, like, breed them. Like, I had to take the trash out way more often than I expected, like, when I was living alone. Like, with the whole family there back in the day, it was easy. You got a lot lately? So, one thing you can do is, you basically take a 2-liter, cut the top off, and then invert the top. Throw something nasty and gross on the inside of it, and they fly in, but they can't fly out. So yeah, like fermenting meat is a good one that'll lure them in. Under plates that are drying, yeah, that's a good place for them to breed, yeah. Like they just go for the water, yeah. Yeah, no, so like, basically the thing I just described, like the 2-liter with the top cut off and then you invert it, that is actually really common for like aphid traps too. Right, so yeah, that's when I, like, again, past statute of limitations, when I was in my 20s, I grew some marijuana. This is like 15 years ago. And yes, like I would have an aphid problem, and yeah, the aphid problem was actually really easy. You just create that aphid trap, and it's like super simple. Like old 2-liters are really, really nice for all sorts of stuff. I also would use old 2-liters and get like baking yeast, and then like do that for like extra carbon dioxide. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I just get those little like things that you can drop in to clean your garbage disposal. Yeah, it makes sense there, Cody. I mean, the proper way is to make sure that whatever they're feeding on just isn't there anymore. But that's easier said than done. Once you have them, they're kind of just there all the time. I'm sorry, Kevin. Yeah, it's not necessarily a great topic. We can drop it. But honestly, learning how to combat them is good. Does Waltr have a user base? No. So basically, Ahmed, we started working on Waltr. We put maybe 3 months into it a couple years ago. And then, maybe like 4 months. Then I pivoted to Me Election because I wanted to have Me Election done in time for TwitchCon. Plot twist, that didn't happen. And then after like the Me Election stuff, I pivoted, I mainly focused on getting another job. And then I pivoted to Vexilla for that job that I ended up getting because they needed feature flagging, and some of the features we ended up building out for Vexilla would have been really useful for them. Yeah, I was basically building towards their use case for like the Git native aspect of it. And then since getting to the point where I think Vexilla is ready, but I need to like publish the SDKs, we needed to pivot to another project, and I think Waltr is actually a far more like business viable project anyway. But I do still want to eventually take like at least a day a week and keep up on some Vexilla stuff, do some housekeeping. I want to like, the publishing thing is something I have to do basically offline because it's so boring to do that online. Like just juggling keys and always showing like the hacking the Gibson screen because I can't show all that junk. So that's where like I lost a bit of motivation for Vexilla. But I think, yes, I need to put some more work into making Vexilla properly stable so that I can get users. I am basically going to probably be my primary user for Vexilla anyway, which I'm fine about. But yes, Waltr does not have any users. I am probably going to be my first customer for Waltr too. Like I have built both of these tools, Vexilla and Waltr, for my own use case. It's a bit selfish, but it's also a lot easier to rationalize like what users might need. Theoretically, yeah. Yeah, and like, you know, my target customer base is indie hackers. I am basically an indie hacker. So yeah, exactly. Alright, so yeah, that issue we had was we just rebooted the database. What I'm thinking is I want to turn the date picker into a floating date picker. And then we just show like the start and the end date. And then search and balance minimum and maximum, right? Those are like their own like things. So search is going to be like maybe a full row at the top, and then like the date range and the balance range are next to each other. I think that makes sense. I might also consider moving search up here. Yeah, I think search makes the most sense outside of this page. No. It's from Mantine. No, having had to make a date picker in the past, I will never do that again. I will leave that to someone who actually has time to debug and handle the edge cases. Like, hell no. Hell no. No way. No way. Yeah, so I'm just gonna switch to like date picker input, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's a lot of things I've built out myself before that I will never build out again. I will find some library to do it for me. And yeah, this goes back to the person that was asking about Mantine. Like, yeah, Mantine has an awesome date like library, right? It's separate, but it's awesome. I am not currently using Mantine charts. I'm using some other thing for the charts right now, I'm pretty sure. I should look at that, though. Mr. Sir. How you doing, X Factor? Yeah, it's pretty rare for me. I might even want to hit up Space Case just so he doesn't lose his streak. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, hold on. Is 4-Wheel here? I think we saw 4-Wheel, right? Might want to let 4-Wheel know, though. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, 4-Wheel's here. Or at least I see him. Sorry if you were trying to lurk. Didn't mean to call out the lurker. Oh man, we got a good crew. I'm not going to call out all the other lurking mods, but yeah. How y'all doing? We got a solid crew in there. Well, now I'm just looking at all the lurkers, and it's fine. You guys don't got to say anything. I'm not going to say your name. I know it's rude. That's like bad streamer etiquette. But yeah, I'm thinking I want to switch this like date input. And I want to move the search to the top left there. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, chaotic. Could you imagine how much you'd have to pay? I know, right? Exactly. Duh. Krasner, you'd be broke too? Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay, so let me just double check this. We got list filters here. The reason we put search in there is because of this abstraction. I'm just not certain it's worth it. Now, we do use this abstraction in 2 places, and we may end up using it in more than one, or more than just those 2. But because it's only 2 places, it may have been a premature abstraction. Now, we got some design stuff here to fix. That would be easy. We also have the same like design issue in list filters. I do really like this abstraction we made, though. I just think we're abstracting just a little bit less. Oh, I almost got him. Where'd that little fly go? There's only one in the room right now, which is fine. So yeah, fixing this would be ideal. I guess a big thing is, like, as we go to different places, yeah. So we got some bugs to fix with this right side thing, too. Ooh, hold on. We're going to click back. So that page has a fetch loop that we got to figure out. That was annoying. Yeah, we'll deal with that separately. Hold on, do we have a fetch loop for stats too? Oh, no, just the two different stats endpoints. Nope, that part's fine. Okay. Yeah, so... yeah, this is just the move. Oh, but you know what? Yeah. Okay, so here in list filters, this is actually all within the component. So that makes it a little easier to fix what we're talking about, right? The per page thing is up here on the right. Sure, right? That means that search can go up there as well. Yeah, and this is where we do, like, the type of the filter. We can just pull search out to the top and remove it from our, like, list filters, like, chunk. Yeah, all right. Boom. Yeah, that's easy enough. So, text list filter, boom, copy, making copies. We're going to put that here at the top. We got the flex one in the middle. That's kind of a hack. We could probably just do space between. We're going to get rid of that native select, though. I know, right? Yeah. I am a font of antiquated references. You're welcome. The Copymeister. Yeah, exactly. El Caparino. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a flaw. We do need to go look at the accounts page and see how we're doing this search part. So it's just that. I'm actually quite proud of that. Yeah, damn right. Oof. I am the king of references. King of the reference. King of the reference. Ooh, yeah, we could do a spoof of that Bongo Bong song. I feel like that'd be pretty solid. Okay, so the next step is this text list filter. We're gonna have some more props for it. And what's up, blue guy? Yeah, how you doing? At first, I read what you said as, hey guy, and I immediately heard that in the voice of Saddam Hussein from South Park the movie. Hey guy. Like, yeah, for sure. Satan, your ass is giant and red. Who would I think you are? Liza Minnelli? Ooh, yeah. I mean, I haven't been to Denver in ages. Are there any good conferences in Denver? Texpo? Oh, Open Source Summit. Oh, that'd be a good one. Ooh, Open Source Summit would be fun. Explore DDD? Domain-driven develop? I could definitely be into Open Source Summit. What is this website? Ugh. Oh god, look at the scroll bar. The scroll bar is insane. Did you guys see that? Like, look at it. Have you ever seen a scroll bar also, like, scroll, like, beyond the scroll bar? What are they doing to cause that? Oh, God. Like, what? Oh, God. What did you do? Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, dude. Like, what the hell? That's like CSS 7 or 8 at that point. Like, holy shit. What? Of course, it's for a Java conference. Overflow, scroll, scroll. Yeah, exactly. Scroll the scroll bar, duh. Makes sense to me. Dude, it's something that DDD is doing. They're putting like the actual conference in a modal, or in an iframe, basically. So dev.events is doing this. No, it's dev.events. Domain-driven design, yeah, not applicable. So yeah, Open Source Summit is really the only one that makes sense to me. Alright, alright. It's just a web scale, scroll bar. Duh. Easy. No problem. I don't know, Kevin. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I want to know. Wait, what do you mean, Alex? Like, you saw both on the page? Like, you went and checked it out? Wappalizer? There's also built with, if you don't want to install an extension. I'm actually kind of curious too now. Donis.js on the back end, all right. HTMX and Alpine, because why not? Why would you do that? Yeah, there you go. That's how you got to do it, right? You got to have two totally independent frameworks competing for control of the scroll bar. I get it. I'm not going to say it makes sense, but I get it. All right. So, back to it. Let's continue actually working on our stuff. We can roast websites till the cows come home, including our own. All right, so what we want to do is actually update these filters, or these types. Where is text list filter props coming from? That is list filters.types. All right. Show label is a Boolean. We'll say hide label is a Boolean, and it's optional. We'll say icon is optional, and we'll just say react.react node. Sure. All right, so now that we have that type, is there a way to make the label hidden? We might not actually have that option. Label props. I bet we can do something there. Hid label, totally different. Okay, so then, yeah, here we can get rid of that. Our placeholder is just search. We hide the label. And then we do icon. Ooh, search duotone. Just, man, yeah. Super Maven, you are killing it. So overflow hidden would not be it. It should be overflow scroll. But there's something like broken. Like, honestly, they shouldn't be iframing that page. They should just really not be iframing that page. You got a problem you want to solve with iframes? Surprise, now you have two problems. Didn't they have another way of doing this? I just want to use it the way I'm using it elsewhere. Just, yeah, let me find it. Basically this way. Yeah, exactly. They could hide the scroll bar, but I think that's even worse. Oh, and yeah. So it's not gear duotone we want. It was magnifying glass duotone. Will it blend? Yeah, I'm into it. Actually, hold on. What? Interesting. That shouldn't have failed out there. I'm curious why we got logged out. Revolut? No, Revolut is like a wallet you can use with a bunch of different companies. No, think about, have you ever used DigitalOcean, Alex? Yeah, definitely not Revolut. Okay, so no, not DigitalOcean. Think of any game you've ever played that has a cosmetic store where you can buy skins. The way they take in your money is $5, $10, $20 increments. And that gets you a balance or a wallet of credits that you can use as virtual currency within that store. That is exactly what I'm talking about. So it is single company specific, not transferable. We're not going to be dealing with any of the money laundering aspect of, like, maintaining a balance. Yes. Alex, in the same way that auth as a service makes sense because building that out yourself isn't always worth your time. For the same reason, maintaining a balance is not always worth your time. Especially for game devs who might not actually be very good at dealing with web API kind of stuff. I'm not 100% on that part yet. I need to fix out some of the other things first before I really decide how much I want to handle the Stripe, PayPal, etc. kind of stuff. So it depends. The more I handle the Stripe, PayPal integration for the user, the more I'll probably opt for ChargeBee's billing model. Otherwise, I may consider another kind of billing model that is more just transaction-based. Right? Like how many requests and accounts and blah, blah, blah. So I'm up in the air still. Yeah, so the main gist is, I am not going to try and replace Stripe or PayPal or Paddle or any of those like actual like payment providers, etc. My goal is to be a middleman or a bit of middleware for those. And I know Stripe Billing has their own kind of thing that does what I'm trying to do, right? The balance as a service thing. I don't necessarily know if they do the prepaid aspect of it. Right? I believe they may be more like focused on invoicing people. But again, I haven't looked into it that much because really like Stripe might be one provider you want to use. Steam might be another provider you want to use. I think the value that Waltr would provide is actually being the same API regardless of what payment provider you want to use. Which is why I'm still like up in the air of how much I want to tie directly to providers versus just being a thing that you hit as an API. So before I really decide too heavily upon my billing model, I probably need to talk to some other indie hackers and devs that do something like this and see what they would need. Like, honestly, talking to Levels.io would probably be really useful because I believe his Face AI tool or whatever it is, or Headshot AI or whatever he calls it, would be like a good potential use case. He wouldn't need it because he's already built out that system, but for other indie hackers that are building out systems like that, you know, what would they need? And I think he would be a good voice to like chat about it. Stuff like that. So yeah, I am not 100% certain on my billing model. I was more set on Chargebee when I was specifically considering like doing a direct wrapping of Stripe. But maybe if I do less of a direct wrapping, it lessens like the amount of like effort I gotta put in, and maybe it's an easier like MVP. But again, like I need to actually talk to potential customers, or at least people that I consider within like the user story. Personally, for myself, like I know kind of what I want, but again, I'm only one potential customer, even though I am mainly building this for myself. But okay, so hold on. We go back. We do need to log in. And yeah, Sticks, I think a big thing, right? Like, Stripe is still actually somewhat a low fee, right? Because at the end of the day, they still have to pay out to like the credit card processors, right? Like Visa, MasterCard, etc. They all have a set amount that they charge to. So Stripe pretty much has to add whatever they can on top of that. So it becomes like the baseline. Very similar to like you're rarely going to get a domain name cheaper than $10 because Icon is charging like $9.70 or something for a domain just to register it with them. Yeah, any company that's selling domains is going to charge 50 cents on top just because that's the only amount of margin they're pretty much able to cover or like to do in a competitive way. Exactly, Alex. So yeah, that is pretty much the same thing that even PayPal has to deal with. That, like Apple even has to do that. So Apple makes it a little easier because Apple has a thing with the companies where they have enough cash that they can charge you and like take in the cost and then proxy that and bundle it into a higher cost to the credit card processors. So they can actually front the money that would be charged directly via the credit card. Right? It's a bill to Apple, and then Apple, I don't know. There's definitely some like magic that Apple is doing to reduce their per transaction fees. And it may be something they've worked out with the credit card companies because they're big enough to do so. But I believe Apple is doing some type of like batching slash bundling type stuff. All right, so we get the search out here. Count 0. And we get the 1. Perfect. So our search actually works. I mean, Apple's fee is just a flat 30%. That flat 30% covers, like, if you paid $1 kind of thing. But their flat 30% ends up making them a lot more money at the $20 amount. So it may be just like the 30% and a minimum dollar transaction fee covers the flat rate, but Apple still does a bunch of like bundling and batching. So it's more like if you are... Oh, you can apply for the 15. That's huge. But still, think about it this way. Like, Apple has enough cash to where if you are doing $1 here, $1 there, over the course of a couple days, if that adds up to 5, I believe Apple has some deals to just charge 5 to your credit card. Right? Maybe it's something they worked out, or maybe it's just something where they're, you know, holding it and then rationalizing it after a period of time. Because it makes sense for them, because they're doing a flat 30% anyway. Or not flat, but just like a 30% anyway. If they can not pay the 25 cents per transaction, then boom, they'd make a lot more off. It is. Yeah, it's quite a bit. But I think it's also why they can justify the 15% too, because they do that batching. So I'm not saying they always did it, and that's probably why the 30% existed for so long. But I'm willing to bet they do have some kind of deal worked out. Google has similar schemes? Yeah, it makes sense. But okay, so we extracted this out. We are gonna need a little like X button to clear it. Yeah, so let me go use the restroom real quick. I gotta pee. I broke that seal. Well, I mean, no. So with Waltr, you would avoid the fees by requiring someone to pay up front, and then like for each individual deduction from their balance, there's no flat fee because the money's already been collected. So the goal is to incentivize people to spend more up front. Right? Like, consider every game you've ever played. The more you spend, the more extra credits you get. Right? Diablo, League of Legends, all of them, right? So that's the main thing. Like, we're just taking that exact business model that all of these game storefronts operate on, and we're wrapping that up into a service. So much so that at some point, like, dude, EA could be a potential customer for this. And it would mean they have to pay their devs less to maintain it. It means they could concentrate on dealing with an SLA of uptime and not have to worry about maintaining the uptime of their systems that do the same thing. So there's a lot of value eventually of just like offloading this to someone else. Because the SLA and the, well, we didn't fuck up, someone else did mentality really does go a long way. Before I use the restroom, here's a prime example. My dad's best friend, who I believe has passed away since, he wrote a thing called Silo Sentry. So if you've ever watched the movie Hackers, at the beginning when there's this robot arm pulling tapes from the wall and putting them into the thing to like play a show or whatever, imagine that wall, but instead inside of a cylinder, that is a silo. That is a tape silo. And you would have a robot arm in that silo, grabbing tapes and moving them around and putting them into the thing, right? But the gist is, as you move tapes, there's going to be empty slots. So you kind of need to like defragment and fill in those empty slots. But you also want to move the most used tapes to the bottom to where they're like quicker to grab. My dad's best friend wrote some software that did that for tape silos. It was called Silo Sentry. He would charge a fairly large amount of money for an SLA and a support contract for these giant companies that maintain those types of silos. And he would be able to charge it because it's, maybe they could write that software themselves, but also how much would they have to spend to maintain it? What if something goes wrong? Etc. And SLA is a really powerful thing for enterprise. Right? And SLA in this case stands for Service Level Agreement. So basically with any providers, right? When you go to a website like Clerk and they have the tiers that's like, free tier, pro tier, enterprise. The enterprise tier goes up to a crazy amount of money because they offer a service level agreement where if Clerk goes down and that amount of service is disrupted over a certain percentage, Clerk owes that company money equal to basically what the company negotiated in the enterprise terms. And that's why enterprise is such a valuable business, right? Enterprise customers. Because if you're good, you never have to pay out for a service level agreement violation. But companies will pay for that level of insurance, basically. Yep. Yeah, it's a guaranteed uptime thing. SLA is pretty much always related to a guaranteed uptime or a guaranteed amount of support. So yeah, I got to use the restroom. I'm dancing in my seat now. So BRB, one sec.
Saddle up, partner.
Make. Oh, that's a totally different screen. For that screen, I'd probably get a dump truck, just constantly just lifting up and dumping. Lifting up and dumping. The -4 degrees? I don't know that sign. Is that a sign? Where does that... do you have a link or something? I've never even seen that. One second. I don't even know what sign you're talking about, but it sounds fantastic. Yeah, no worries, Alex. Yep, thanks for hanging out. Send the link to him. Need to get that scheduled. Okay, so we need to get a little button in here to clear that value. And because it's a filter, we're always going to have that. So this right section would be if Boolean input value or action icon. That's right. So then this is that. Ever get that feeling I'm not alone in a room? I'm not. Sure. Yeah, I got all y'all with me. Oh, and hold on. Let me look at this icon. All right. The -4 degrees is good. All right. I see it now. That's solid. That's solid. Yeah, take it easy there. Nuclear egg. Yeah, no, it just seems like you're trolling and it's getting pretty boring. Seems weird to be following for like 9 months and then get that like weird. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Muscleman, thank you for the follow, and Lunev and Mercury, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Nah, thank you. Appreciate that, Nuclear Egg. Yeah, just not a big fan of the trolling. Thank you for the apology. Forgiven. The MUI icon set is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's even in here. Or maybe not MUI, but there are so many icon sets in here that we could probably find it. I'm currently using Phosphor, and I don't want to mix it up too much. They've got to have an X in here, right? What would they call it, though? Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, X thin, X square thin. Okay, yep, perfect. Yeah, good call. I have messed with Tori a little bit. I still don't think Tori is caught up to Electron when it comes to like feature sets. And most users don't actually care about the difference in size between 100 megs and 5 megs. They don't. Now the RAM usage, they might care a bit. But even then, like, look at the popularity of Electron-based tools already and recognize that most users just don't care. And that's fine, but you're an edge case. Slack is fine for most people. Discord is fine for most people. To care about those things is an edge case. It's part of why, like, Aaron Francis has been on a blog or on a podcast and said that devs are actually really bad customers. They care about features that most people just don't care about. Delight, thank you for the follow. Delight Film? Is that the way to pronounce that? All customers are bad customers. And Lethal, I would say, please don't throw around the term OCD. I feel like it trivializes it. Devs get obsessive, is the right way to say that. Yes, devs are obsessive over the wrong things. But I don't like OCD being thrown around in a flippant manner. Thank you. Yeah, no offense. Like, you know, none taken on my part either. I'm just saying, for future knowledge. That's all. Alright, so they call it X. So I think it's just X duotone, huh? Oh, I broke something though. All right, so what failure do we have here now? Ooh, so we're getting 401 again. I wonder if our token is expiring faster than I expected. Oop. Didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Yeah, what you up to, muscle man? How interesting. So, why is that on click not working? Yeah, the work experience thing is tough. Yeah. You might consider... Hold on, let me just drag this over here. You might consider looking for bounties here on Algora. Right, like someone was awarded $5 grand for some task. Right? And like I would totally throw some of this on your resume if you do close some bounties for it. So then at least it's like work experience, but also some of these companies that are like posting bounties, I've kind of heard that a lot of them like to hire from people that do bounties. I'm not saying it's always the, you know, a thing, but worth a shot. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's tough. Yeah, work experience is hard to get because it requires someone to take a chance on you. The other thing I really want to point out is when you're building up your resume, make sure that you are crafting your resume and cover letter specifically for the company. All right? Don't just spam out the same resume to everybody and expect results. Especially because you're going to be lighter on like the work experience part. But you can tailor your side projects. Are they relevant to what the company is doing? Well, yeah, you can tailor which side projects you shout out. When you do have work experience, tailor the description of what you did at the job towards what the company is looking for. Oh, I don't actually like Bon Jovi. Like, at all. I'm really, really not a fan. As a person, he seems really cool. Like, he seems, like, really awesome as, like, a human being. I just don't like his music. Sorry. Yeah, I don't even know why I picked it. I think it's just kind of a funny name to me. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of, like, the 80s hair metal. AC/DC is about as far as I get. And I don't even know if they really count. As a human being, I'm a fan. Like, nah, like, some of the stuff he's done for, like, I think he even, like, works in soup kitchens and stuff, you know? Like, yeah, he's, like, a really, really good member of the community, like, out there in Jersey, which is really cool. So yeah, as a human being, I'm a fan of John Bon Jovi. I don't enjoy the music, that's all. Turning Worlds, thank you for the follow. So yeah, sorry about that. Exactly, for sure. Yeah, I'm more of like a grunge kid. For like a 90s grunge kid. Oh, I can always go pour more water. That's the easy part. We are 2 hours past the last adult beverage I poured. So I could do another. Technically an hour and 42 minutes, but I see the 42. I'm a big fan of Hitchhiker's Guide. Merging your PR? Yeah, nice. What were you doing in your PR? Well, this is just Woodford Reserve, something chill. I've been on a kick lately where like Woodford I typically do just because it's such a good deal at Costco. But they've had Henry McKenna like every time I've gone, so I pretty much grab a bottle of Henry McKenna every time I go to Costco. So where I have 5 of them now. Yeah, 5. One I'm saving as a gift for a friend's birthday, but that's all the way in January, so it'll be a while. But yeah, like Henry McKenna is my favorite whiskey, and I don't know, I'm not that picky, but they have it so rarely that like last time they had it, I didn't stock up. And then, you know, because they didn't have it, I was like, well, I guess I'll stock up next time they have it. So I might even be the reason they keep buying more. Czech beer, very stout. Okay, nice. And yeah, hold on. Krasner, you said implementing custom QR code renderer for auth. Like you're doing the rendering? You're not just like using a library, like the library called QR code? Like, are you pulling a full-on like the Primogen? Like, I believe they made their own custom like QR code scanner for Terminal, right? Shiner prickly pear. What is that even? I know those are words. What do they mean together? You didn't like it breaking your style guide. Well, wait, what do you mean by that? Oh, like because it was only like black and white or something? You wanted to, like, get the color just right or something? So Shiner is the brand. Prickly Pear is the flavor. That sounds interesting. Sounds fun. Nice, Krasner. You gonna open source it? Oh, cool. Awesome. And again, probably not something you can share directly. Yeah, because it would dox him. You may have already told us too much. Like, I don't know. We might be able to find it just off that. I'm not going to look it up or try and find it here on stream. But yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, no worries. I'm not trying to find it. Don't worry about it. Let me get more music going, though. Yeah, I love this funky album. All right, so we got to figure out why this button isn't doing what we said it should. Maybe if I refresh, will it blend? Okay, so here's the thing. Our token is really short-lived, and we're not doing our refresh token logic properly yet. Yeah, so that's something we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do our refresh token logic better. Now, because this is all like transactional, like money-based, all that stuff, what I'm thinking is maybe even... I want to do the, like the idle timer stuff, right? And Mantine even has like a use idle. It does mean we'd still have to do like the refresh token logic some other way. In the past, the way I've done refresh tokens is you get a 401, you try and do the refresh token thing. If the refresh token thing 401s, then boom, log the user out. Done. Right? Otherwise, retry the request that failed. What I might want to do instead is check the client-side token for if it's expired. And do the refresh token part first before we even get the first 401. Because I feel like the retry logic is really annoying to implement. And then on top of that, I implement the idle timer thing of like, you've been idle for X amount of minutes.
That's what's up.
You know, like, we're gonna log you out unless you click this button, and they click that button. At which point we do like the refresh token logic too. I could be into that. And again, not a decision I have to make right now. It's just something I want to think about. But I could be into that. Yeah. All right. So let's do this next part. And that is why this isn't happening, because we're not doing that. So that would be why that endpoint was failing. Yes, I really like Mantine because it has pretty much all of the things that I care about kind of all packaged up together. Right, so like, as far as hooks go, there's a use click outside, there's a use idle, there's a use like all sorts of stuff, right? Just really good like hook like libraries and utilities, which I find awesome, because I then don't have to go search for one and install it as a dependency and then blah, blah, blah. I can just install Mantine hooks and boom, nailed it, right? Yeah, a lot of really good ones. There is also, you know, it's a separate library, sure, but there's also the date stuff. I find their date picker to be one of the better ones I've used as well. Those are two, like, really, really good use cases for me. And then finally, the other one that I really, really like is App Shell. So, you know, as far as App Shell goes, we open the example. It's this, like, you know, static top bar, static nav bar, and then you got, like, this scrollable section in the middle. Right? How many times have you had to build out a dashboard that had that exact layout? A lot, right? Every time you build it yourself custom, there's edge cases that you forget about, right? Whereas instead, boom, they got it for you. Nice and easy. And I think, do they even do, yeah, they even do like the mobile menu part. Right? Like, yeah, way too many times I've had to build that out. So the fact that they offer at least those things are really nice. I'm not using their charts yet. I could refactor to it. I think I'm using some other charts library. I'm using recharts right now. I'm not picky about the charts at the moment. But yeah, like those three things already make Mantine my go-to library. There are certain cases where you can't use it though. So if you're using, right, if we go to Vexilla, right, this is an Astro site for the main like marketing page, right? This Astro site, I love it. I love the way I built it. But something to remember is that Mantine doesn't work in Astro because Astro doesn't support provider/context functionality. And Mantine requires doing their like Mantine provider context setup stuff. So yeah, that might be one reason to not make it your go-to. For me, like, yeah, if I'm doing a static site, I'll probably just do shad cn anyway. Which this site is using, right? Like, boom, we just click in, we got Command K, we got this whole, like, you know, toggle. Bam, hey, toggle flags, nailed it, right? Cool. There's very little, like, component logic on this page that I needed separate. Now, granted, I still ended up doing a bit of my own, like, layout logic here. So it's not perfect. But again, like, I wasn't able to use Mantine, so I couldn't even, like, have the option of using it for this part. So that is the one case where Mantine doesn't fit the bill. If you're doing a static site with Astro, Astro doesn't support provider context. If you're using Next.js to build your static site, then you're good to go, because Next.js does support that stuff. And yeah, barely usable. Waltr's going great. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Oh no, something went wrong. What? And yeah, the tooltip functionality of recharts. Yeah, I've recently been really stoked on Nevo as well for chart stuff. So yeah, Nevo versus recharts. I don't know. I think there's more to Nevo than recharts, as far as like sand key charts and like all sorts of other stuff that recharts doesn't have out of the box. Like Voronoi tessellation, like I don't know, man. Like sure, but that's like an edge case. Like I don't care that much. It just really, really depends. Nevo definitely is built on top of D3 and React. Recharts might not be. I don't know. Okay, so built on top of SVG elements with a lightweight D3. So, yeah. Like, honestly, D3 is the de facto standard, but their API is a bit unwieldy. So anything that makes D3 easier to work with, you know, gets a big thumbs up from me. And how do I say your name? Is it Feeks? I don't remember Mantine charts existing back when I made Waltr the first time. I haven't looked at any of their charts, so I don't know. But already we can look and see that they just don't have, like, the amount of charts that some of the others have. Like, Nevo Rocks has way more variability in their chart stuff. So, in my opinion, you're gonna end up needing more complicated charts if you're doing anything that needs charts anyway. It's very rare that you're going to get away with just a line chart. Marketing and design is going to want to use something fancier for all sorts of stuff. So to me, like, you know, like as a Spark line, this is nice. It's super cool. Like, yep, sure. In some cases, the Spark line isn't even like that great. I remember going to a meetup years ago where someone had like little like mini bar chart next to like each like item in a list. I forget what the list was of. It was for like an email tool they were working on. And I remember chatting with him after the meetup, like, oh, hey, and how did you do those little charts? Is that D3 or something? He's like, no, believe it or not, it's just CSS. Because at the end of the day, like, you can just use CSS to dictate the height of a little like vertical bar chart and animate it using CSS animations, and that is so much more performant than doing it with JavaScript. So yeah, like, it was really interesting. Like, that was pretty eye-opening to me. Like, sometimes, if it's a really, really simple, like, bar chart, you can just use CSS. CSS and CSS transitions can give you some really, really nice, simple, like, charts. Especially for, like, bar charts. Because they can just be divs, you know? Instead of having to, like, hack into SVG. Now, I do think SVG is better from an accessibility standpoint, too. So, something to remember there. Hold on, are we hitting... Yeah, max rate limit. Yeah, let's just kill this for now. We're gonna have to really consider the UX of how we're doing magic links with our short-lived access tokens. Yeah, we're gonna have to really consider that. Oh, need the phone. Ooh, and yeah, I'm on the fence of what I'm gonna eat for dinner tonight. You know what I did that I haven't done in ages? Scrambled eggs. I've typically been like a fried egg kind of person, where like you get like the crispy edges and all that, but you still have like the runny yolk, so you can like pop the yolk and spread it, and like, I love that. I haven't done scrambled eggs in ages. My wok is actually really good for them. And it's like such a good, simple, quick and easy meal, but still like, you know, calorie and protein dense. I tend to pull at least like 1 or 2 yolks out, depending on like how many I make. If I'm doing 5 eggs, I'll pull 2 yolks out. If I'm doing 3, I'll pull 1. All right, so we do account 0 there. We clear it like a glove. Ah, yeah. All right, so that's the fix there, and I'd say we're pretty set. I probably want to do a fixed width on this thing. Or a max width at the bare minimum. That was the end of that album, though. Let's get another. Oh, Illest. Yeah. No, I'm really happy about it. That's why I'm like that's why I'm like streaming it today. I was looking forward to working on it more, like so much. Like I'm really enjoying the progress we made, like building out the multi-factor auth myself. That's the first time I ever did that. I'm really proud of that. I think we're getting this to a point where I'd want to use it on a project at some point. We're not there yet. We're getting there. I want to get the OAuth going here soon. Almost said zero factor auth. That would have been weird. How the hell would zero factor auth even work? Zero factor auth is basically when you have an application and you embed your API keys on the client side. That's a zero factor auth application. Yeah, guest users, sure. Yeah, someone posted something to Twitter the other day. They're like, I don't get it. How is my API key getting used? Blah, 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 but they haven't been using my website. And someone's like, my dude, you can't put your OpenAI API key on the front end. And the guy's like, oh, huh, lesson learned. This is why we can't have nice things. Like, dude. But again, it's a really simple mistake to make. It's a really simple mistake to make. What I think OpenAI needs to do is to have a toggle for allowing cores with your API key. That is something you explicitly opt into. That would solve the problem. The issue is that you wouldn't be sending the API key on the options request. So they'd have to do like something else. They'd have to just like somehow make like they would have to put in some extra work to make that happen, but it would be really nice to protect their users, right? However, here's the thing, they make money either way. So it'd almost be like them preventing people from blowing up their bill and OpenAI making money off of it. I believe there is something in the back end of LaunchDarkly that ties a client ID to a domain. So that request would have to be made from that domain every time, at least, right? So that's at least a little bit more protection. Now, it doesn't prevent you from doing some like local shenanigans of like changing your like hosts file. But then like, what does a user gain from doing that other than just blowing up someone's bill? So it does become a bit tricky. So domain restrictions are at least like slightly beneficial. What would someone gain from sending usage metrics to someone else's account other than just trying to blow up their bill? So there's less of an incentive. Whereas OpenAI, if you get someone's key, you can use it for anything you want. And again, I haven't used LaunchDarkly. I'm assuming they do a domain kind of like registration process for like tying a client ID to a domain. But maybe not. I don't know. I am less certain of that. You're reading up on it from an external pen test? Yeah, I think it's like very specific. Like, the key you're using for that is not a key that can actually modify settings. Alright, it's only able to register an event, which I think makes it a little bit safer. It does mean, theoretically, that if you wanted to really mess with someone's numbers, as far as they understand how a flag is working and blah blah blah, like A/B testing wise, you could pull some shenanigans, but that is like way less of an attack surface. Yeah, like you can mess up someone's like measurements for A/B testing, but that is such a specific attack that really, like, I don't know what an attacker gains from it. I'm not saying someone wouldn't do it, but it's harder to like rationalize. I mean, it could be a thing they're X-Factor. Like, honestly, there could be some value to that as a competitor. That would assume that you know what the wrong thing is at that point, right? You could actually be helping your competitor as well, you know? Hey, what's up, Buttermilk? Yeah, rare Sunday stream. Exactly. And Sultan, thank you for the follow. Yeah, sorry, that was a good, like, 10 minutes ago. Yeah, how you doing? Walter's doing all right. We're doing just some, like, nice design stuff with it. I wouldn't say breaking stuff. No, we're just doing some styling. No. OAuth is probably after we do a bunch of like our styling fixes. So hold on, we want to pass a little bit of this. Yeah, so we want to do that. All right, so you need to get a new project going. You've been way heavy into Godot stuff, or Godot stuff, depending on how they pronounce it. Debating on building something with Mern, or play with some AI using Python. Feeling a bit rusty on both. Sure. I've never personally had a lot of value from using like the strict stacks of stuff like Mern. Right? Like the database choice should always be specific to the application you're building. Right? Nginx and Node. Like Node's a given if you're trying to build an endpoint. Or I guess the E stands for Express, doesn't it? And the N is Nginx? Or is it just Node? I don't know. That part's fuzzier. I take issue with like the Mern stack and like the whatever stack. Like, I don't care about stack names, right? Your stack should be a function of what you want to build, not shoehorning what you want to build into a stack. Exactly. Yeah. I think Mern makes a lot of sense for people who don't have a lot of experience with other things. I think so, Kuros too, right? Mongo, Express, React, Node. That sounds about right. So Nginx doesn't even factor into it. Use whatever, reverse proxy you want in front of it. Sure. Yeah, Express is Node. It's just like people shoehorn some of these things just to make like a good name, right? Like a good acronym that they can make learning content based off of and charge people money for a course. Yeah, like some of it is like course-driven development. Yeah, exactly. Someone creates some like course around these things and it's a good like easy like keyword that they can SEO for. And I get it, right? But I push back in the same way that like Jamstack. Jamstack is just how you make a website. Like, come on. Like, Jamstack has always been just a marketing term. It's just bullshit. JavaScript APIs and Markdown. Or, it's not even Markdown, it's markup, right? Yeah, that's called a website. You know, like, come on, man. Again, mean, mern, jamsack, like, they're all bullshit marketing terms. Don't worry about any of it. At all, Kevin. Angular is just fine. I truly think that it's people shoehorning stuff into a keyword so they can sell some course to somebody. So yeah, Mongo, use it when it makes sense. Sure, I got no problem with Mongo. It's actually really, really nice for prototyping. It's also really, like, scalable. If you end up hitting some scale on a prototype that you didn't intend to have to scale, well, surprise, surprise, you can at least scale it until you need to actually refactor your data access patterns. Sure. There's a lot of really good use cases for Mongo. Right? When you're not sure what schema you're looking for, etc. I tend to be schema-driven when I'm building stuff. So it's less important to me to have something that is schema-less. I'm using Dynamo. It is schema-less, but I had to really think about my data access patterns up front anyway. So it's like I might as well have had a schema, you know? Yeah, so again, X Factor, I am not the perfect example of it. If you want to do Dynamo stuff, you should look at pretty much anything Alex Debris does, right? So Dynamo single table, right? Alex Debris, maybe it's Debris. I don't know his name. But this dude is like the de facto industry expert about DynamoDB. And the why and when, what, etc. of Dynamo, this should be looked at as like the Bible of DynamoDB like design. And it does have a steep learning curve and all that stuff, but it is the best way to utilize Dynamo and how it's actually meant to be used. And also, it's just, man, think about cost. 25 cents per gigabyte per table to back up a DynamoDB database. If you have one table, well then you're paying 25 cents per gigabyte you store. But if you have a table for every entity in your database, number one, your data access patterns are gonna suck, and how you actually query that stuff is gonna suck. But number two, you're gonna be paying 25 cents for every entity in your application. For me, I think we last calculated that at like 12, maybe 14 different entities. So at 14 different entities, if I had a separate table for all of those, I'd be paying something like, 25 cents times 14. Dude, we're looking at $3.50 for every single time I want to do a backup. At a daily backup, we're looking at $100 a month just to back up my data, and that's if my tables aren't growing, because it's per gigabyte for 1 gigabyte if you're not even at the gigabyte threshold yet. Like, dude, $100 for daily backups? Fuck that. Meanwhile, if I'm doing 25 cents a day, that's $5 a month. And JK, yeah, the time to live is really nice. You still have to check, like, the expiration, because you're not guaranteed to have that row be removed before, like, its expiration hit, or, like, when the expiration hit. So you could have stale records, so you always still have to check that. But yeah, like, the TTL stuff is really nice, too. So keep in mind, though, like, if you're going to do TTL, that's going to live in a separate table. No, it is not guaranteed, and they say that in their docs too. Right? Like, just imagine what you would have to do to clear that. You would do a cron job. Dynamo itself is doing a cron job for that stuff too. Right? So, yeah, just you have to recognize that there is at least a chance for latency between when the cron job hits and when that record is actually deleted. So you still are required to check like the expiration date that you set for it. And then real quick, Fivel says, is Dynamo any different from Cosmos DB in Azure? I have never used Cosmos, so I'm not sure. I bet there are like slight differences, but I think they are aiming to solve the same problem. That said, I've never used Cosmos, so I'm not 100%. And yes, I have not done point-in-time recovery before. I'm curious about how much that would cost. And I'm sure they have it in their pricing, but their pricing is always tricky. And real quick, Land Rep, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Oh, I love this song. And yeah, so I do want to keep going with what we're doing. We did break the seal, so I do have to use the restroom. I'm thinking... yeah, we're going to keep going here on stream for a bit. I'm probably going to do the scrambled eggs for dinner. So nice and easy there, like quick eating, like very simple meal. I just want to make sure I use up my eggs before they go bad. Or like before I like travel to TwitchCon basically. And I bought eggs from Costco, so like, yeah, I definitely got to use them up. Anything that shows up on that empty right side section. Yes, when we go to settings here. And, you know, we might do it on other pages too, but maybe we're at the point where, depending on the page, I probably just like want to selectively make it wider. We could do that. I'm not 100% there. We'll figure that out here in a bit. I still have some like styling stuff to do for this that I want to fix, right? Like this looks terrible. So we got to do that first. The thing we did earlier was pull out the search input from this filters section. And yeah, I want to set a max width on this. Let me do that before I forget. We'll make that, what, 12 REM? Call it good? If I add font, Comic Sans, we're set. No, I believe in the past this used to be like a date picker input. And then based upon like how they changed their API, it became just a calendar. So instead I want to turn this into like a range input basically. And then balance here needs to be like done in like a horizontal row as well. So yeah, those are the two big things we'll do. We're going to have a date picker input instead of just like the date picker. And we're going to set the balance as a row. And then our filters section will be like way smaller. But I got to pee and pour some more water. I'll be right back. And I'm back. So I grabbed fresh water. And I grabbed a snack, a Chomps, sugar-free, beef stick. Yeah, so Funky Monkey, yes, that's a way to do that as well. But keep in mind, it's not for, like, generic subscriptions. This is more like, Funky Monkey, have you used DigitalOcean before? And this is the question I ask a lot of people. I should probably stop leading with it because too many people keep answering no. Gives me a chance to chomp on this chomp. Okay, so never mind. Think about every game you've ever played that has skins. In those games, there is typically a virtual currency that you spend an amount to get a lump sum of that currency, and then you use that currency in a microtransaction kind of way. That is exactly what I am building out. So you as a game dev don't have to build and maintain that system anymore. Right? You can actually focus on building your game instead. So yes, like League of Legends, right? The orange, whatever they call them. You spend $20, you get 1,000 of them, or maybe more, and then you can spend those shards or whatever on a skin. And then your balance is deducted, bim bam boom, but they collected the money up front, and their transaction fee is lower based upon you maybe buying more at a time, and you get like extra riot points. That's it, RP. Yeah. So yes, like you can incentivize your users to get extra RP by spending slightly more, and they get like, an increased value. Right? EA does the same thing in Madden. Or whatever other sports you like that EA makes a game for. Diablo does it. Like, basically every game does it. So yeah, I have like 3 major target markets. I don't like putting a date on it because, let me put it this way. I love deadlines. I especially love the whooshing sound they make as they go by. So if I say 2 months, that's going to be one hell of a whoosh as that goes by. But I really do think it's like 2 or 3 months if we are as diligent as we are right now. That doesn't account for me needing to work on something else just to maintain sanity. Doesn't account for the travel that I'm going to be doing over the next couple months. And yeah, one second. No, I don't think a deadline would help me. It might, but I don't think it would. But the idea is 3 target markets. Number 1 is game developers, like we mentioned. Number 2 is like AI tools, like tools that are wrapping OpenAI, basically. And number 3 is actually like hosting providers. So people trying to do the DigitalOcean thing. So you haven't used DigitalOcean yourself, but at DigitalOcean, it's the same idea. You would spend $20 and you get $20 worth of credits in their system. And as you spin up and then tear down services, you're only billed for the time that they were like provisioned. So if you wanted to handle a spike in traffic and spin up some extra VPSs to handle that scale, and then kill them when your spike in traffic is done, your billing for that usage is deducted from your balance for only what you used, not for a full $5 for that droplet for the entire month, even if you didn't use it the whole month. So I really think those are the three main target markets that I would focus on creating advertising content for, or at least like landing pages, etc. on my marketing site. And there may be other markets to target as well, but I think those are the biggest three that I can think of. I'm not certain if I want to try and get funding for this stuff. So part of my like MVP might even be creating like a slide deck to pitch VC on. I don't know. I'm leaning towards bootstrapping myself, but I don't know. So yeah, based on what we see here, let's get into these filters and how this part would work. Easiest one is probably, let's handle the balance part first. Yep, so this is going to be the number range list filter. Oops. And we need to bring group in. And I think our token's probably expired, because we're not handling the refresh token part of things yet. Yep, there it is. And yeah, this endpoint takes a while. Yeah, getting the stats is pretty slow. So then we head to here. Oh, and that W60 might be our issue. That was the end of that album, though. Let's do another. Oh, does Synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? Hold on, where even is that album? Yeah, here it is.
That cross is an important artifact. It belongs in a museum.
Doink! Yeah, that one's good. Yep. So we see width full, with one hat. That's already a W full, basically. Griffintendo. Ooh, I like that name. Yeah, how you doing?
I am Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, it's a solid name. I may be a bit biased on how much I like that name, but I'm okay with it.
You didn't, did you? You didn't bring it, did you? Well, you did. Should have mailed it to the Mox box.
Will you take it easy? Take it easy. I came here to save you. Oh, yeah? And who's gonna come to save you? Junior, I told you.
Don't call me Junior. Don't call me Junior.
Junior.
Don't call me Junior. Don't call me Junior.
Oh. So hold on. That's it. Nope. That's our problem. This guy needs to be outside of that. Ah, that is so much simpler. Oh, CM Genesis. Oh, that's a solid one. Yeah, nicely played, X Factor.
Ready to go down.
He's getting away.
Ready to go down in history. But I want the Grail itself. The cup gives everlasting life. Grail is mine. We're going to get it.
Time to ask yourself what you believe.
You chose one. You have chosen wise. You chose one. You have chosen wise. Junior, Dad,
What is it? Junior.
that's his name. Henry Jones Jr. Henry Jones Jr. Like Indiana. We named the dog Indiana. Henry Jones Jr. Henry Jones
me! I know the way!
Yes, sir.
It belongs in a museum.
Junior, I told you.
Like a glove.
Don't call me Junior. Junior. Don't call me Junior. Don't. Henry Jones Junior. 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 That belongs in a museum. So do you. This should be in a museum. Junior. That belongs in a museum.
Ready to go down in history.
Don't call me Junior. Don't call me Junior. Junior. Don't call me Junior. Don't. I am Mickey Mouse. Don't call me Junior. Don't call me Junior. Junior. Don't call me Junior. Don't. Henry Jones Junior. Call me Junior. Junior. That belongs in a museum.
Alright, so then for this number input,
Junior. That belongs in a museum.
Ready to go down in history.
so hold on. Is it not size for the group? Oh, it's literally gap. Okay. All right, and then we got to look at the date picker stuff again. Yeah, so basically this is it. Type, range, date picker, input is what we're looking for. Where are we using date picker red? I don't think we do anything with it. If I get rid of that, yeah, it's just not used. Yep. So then label. And what's up, Escamania? How you doing? Doing great. Yeah, we're making really good progress on this stuff. Oh, so label is actually on there already. So we're good. We're just not bringing it in as a type. What's up, Booty? How you doing? You've been researching about Flask to handle some stuff. Any thoughts? I don't do Python APIs, so I have no real opinion. I'm sure it's fine. The general gist is you use Django for like large style, like monolith-ish APIs, and you use Flask for micro APIs. Beyond that, I've never actually used either. In a similar vein, I would probably use Express, where I would use Flask, and I would use something like Adonis or Nest for a place where I would use Django, if I was doing a persistent service style API. Secure is about what you do with it. There's nothing inherently secure or insecure about it. Hold on, let me check on my fantasy football team. All right, so my defense did better than expected. My kicker did better than expected. Travis Kelce fucking blew it. Aaron Jones could have done better. I should have had a different running back in his place. And I got one more player to play. So basically, as long as Joe Mixon and the Houston defense don't go insane, I'm pretty good because my opponent's kicker is the only thing left, like, not playing it. Their running back, Breece Hall, nailed it, though. Man, their Brock Bowers nailed it too. Wow. All right, cool. So we do that part. Let's look at this. We're not using useRef anymore, so that goes away. We do see date as the label. We'll call it date range, and we probably want to give date range like a min width. That looks pretty good to me. It just seems like the label is slightly slightly off on how far separated it is. And it's just a couple pixels. What I see is that the lines of the inputs are the same. It's like the separation between the top and bottom. Is AI gonna kill B2B SaaS? How? Right? Like, what do you think AI would do that could kill B2B SaaS? I want to understand where the framing of that question is coming from. So JK, maybe you weren't here for the conversation earlier. Businesses and enterprise gain more value from something they don't have to maintain. That's why enterprise contracts are so much more expensive, because they're paying for an SLA for something that they don't have to maintain. Service level agreements are not going to go away. Yeah, maintenance cost and liability for someone messing up that maintenance cost, and that maintenance in general, is why enterprise pays for B2B software as a service. So I said this earlier, I'll say it again. My dad's best friend made a piece of software called Silo Sentry. It was specifically for tape silos. He was able to charge a very large yearly contract to the type of company that would have a tape silo. So if you're not aware of what a tape silo is, at least be familiar with tape storage, right? These little cartridges in which magnetic tape is storing massive amounts of data. And tape storage is way more data dense than any other storage mechanism out there. In a silo, you will have tapes that aren't actually plugged into anything, but they are able to have a robot arm pluck the tape out, move it down, and plug it into the thing that reads the tape. You would then need software that takes that tape and moves it into the machine, and then takes the other tape and puts it somewhere else. And you would want to maybe keep your most used tapes in like a closer distance so that your latency, like the movement of the arm, is less. You would also want to make sure you're filling in gaps. That software is something my dad's best friend wrote called Silo Sentry that he was able to charge a lot of money to Enterprise for, because Enterprise, while they could have written it, would then also be on the hook for when it messed up, and would then also be on the hook for maintaining it. At the end of the day, the cost to a single company to pay for that license is way less than the engineering time it would have cost them to pay someone to do that in-house. Exactly, Koros. Yes. That accountability, that service level agreement is what they're paying for. The amount of effort it takes to do the thing is so much less than what they're actually paying for. That's why when you go to some of these websites like Clerk, etc., there's the free tier, the pro tier, and then the enterprise, like contact us tier. That contact us tier is to negotiate the service level agreement. So yes, startups and indie hackers might be able to build this stuff in-house. B2B SaaS will no longer be targeting startups and indie hackers. But big enterprise will still be their actual most lucrative business. And that's the way it's always been. The goal is that they get in when you're a startup or an indie hacker, and then when they grow into an enterprise, you've got them on the hook. But at the end of the day, Enterprise is still going to need something that they don't have to maintain. Yes, those will never go away. And yeah, exactly, Four Wheel. I'm curious, like, who here has ever worked at a company that had tape silos? I'd be curious to know if anyone's ever, like, dealt with or seen Silo Sentry in the wild. Because if so, yeah, that was my dad's best friend. Like, yeah. Him and my dad used to smoke a lot of weed. Yeah, my dad's best friend got into tech because he was in the military. He was in the Navy. And in the Navy, there were people that ended up needing, like, security clearance because they would be the person in the room behind this glass thing that has, like, a map drawn on it as people are, like, labeling things on that map, writing it. The person writing that stuff had to write backwards. And my dad's best friend was actually good at being able to write backwards. So because of that, he ended up getting like some crazy security clearances. And because of those security clearances, he got to work with some really crazy tech before it was even released out to the public. Maybe JK, but tape isn't going anywhere. People say Moore's Law is dead. Nah, Moore's Law is actually still keeping up with tape density. No, tape is not gone. Tape is in every single large data warehouse you've ever found. What do you think Amazon Glacier is? What do you think, like, long-term storage of AWS S3 is? It's tape. That's why it takes so long to pull it. That's why it takes so long to actually get that data. Nope. Definitely not, JK. Because hard drives have not actually kept up with Moore's Law. Hard drives have actually fallen behind. Yeah, tape is still massive. Is it, Booty? I had assumed Glacier was tape. I thought there was, like, the slower, like, S3 tier. I thought that was IDE drives. Oh, okay. There we go. Sure. I'm still pretty certain Glacier itself is tape, but then there's, like, the slower tier between Glacier and like standard S3. I think that might be IDE drives. Or at least, like, you know, hard drive. Could be SCSI. Is SCSI still a thing? SCSI might be dead. But yeah, I was under the impression that Glacier was tape. Which is why it has the latency it has. Not common, though. Yeah, per tape, right? Like 18 terabytes. 45 if you do compression. Like, dude. Yeah, tape is still keeping up with Moore's Law. Ooh, that I don't know, Booty. I have no idea. That would blow my mind a bit. As far as I know, his biggest customers were, like, banks. And also, this was, like, maybe 20 years ago. where I remember like hearing these stories about it. Like I would assume that the amount of customers he had was slowly like, you know, bleeding. And he has since passed away too, so yeah, like he's not even managing it. AWS has a service called Tape Gateway. I'd believe it. Yeah, I'd totally believe it. Yeah, tape is not going anywhere. If you want to do true backup, tape is the way to go. Right? Like hard drives even have like a longevity period in which like they go bad. Tapes last longer than hard drives. You can pull a tape from a lot of places and that tape is still most likely to work. Yeah, hard drives have way less of like a long-term storage capability. Yeah, exactly. Can I just say, I really like this site. I like the way that footer like scrolls in. See, VHS is very different. VHS is a very like low quality tape. It's also like low quality magnetism. VHS is not necessarily designed to last. Right? And just think like they're made to like manufactured to different clearances, right? To different like specifications. VHS was designed to be stored as cheaply as possible. And yes, VHSs are stored in terrible environments. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right? The way to think about it is like VHS is akin to like the CDRs that you would get. Manufactured as cheap as humanly possible. Right? The substrate, terrible. Compare that to a CD that was pressed with a proper glass master. It's a very, very different process. So yeah, I am definitely spoiled when it comes to like this world in tech. It's why I never really felt obligated to get into it, because both my parents, they didn't get degrees in programming or computer science. When they went to college, those programs didn't even exist. My mom's a math major. My dad, I don't even think has a degree. Maybe he got one eventually. Like, nah. To become a dev, you just put in the work. So yeah, I'm spoiled with that mentality, with that like that upbringing. Spoiled compared to people who just had to become devs with their parents being non-technical. So yeah, like, you know, I'm definitely spoiled. Which is why it's so funny, because I'm the only one of my siblings that like went into tech. My little brother's starting to get into it. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm a second generation developer. And I am definitely spoiled for it. Ooh. Yeah, I gotta go do this. And yeah, so when Microsoft put out an MSN box you hook to your TV to surf the internet. I mean, I never had it, so I don't know. Like, sounds familiar-ish. Yep. Ooh, RFID chips? Maybe that's, yeah, that's interesting. Probably to help benefit the robots. Right? I could see that. Old versions used barcode. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Alright, this is definitely a shorter interval. This has got to be our last adult beverage of the day. But I'm okay with it. Because he's been around forever there, Frackery. What channels are you not a mod in? How about that? I think that's a shorter list. Right? Aren't you even a mod in, like, Very Handsome Billy? Ah, you're not a mod in Pirate Software. Okay, he's very selective. So that makes sense. That makes sense. No? Oh, I thought you were. Okay. And what's up, iSense? Oh, I'm doing great. We're chilling. Oh, really, Ninjatron? I mean, he deserves it. He's the man. All right, how do we feel about this so far? I feel like these should be wider. Yeah, let me do it this way. In the range picker,
just look.
will it blend?
I can't believe that he's holding on to me with her right hand. Might and could and maybe spin about like a trio in a strange trance. Colors that will go with this, all the best shades. Sounds like sunshine, moonlight, warm, pouring rain. Yes, me, I'm knocking your window down. Can you hear me making that awful sound? I want someone to tell me what I'm asking.
Ooh, Nightshade. Yeah, we haven't met yet, though.
Not another one of these, I should have told you that I did.
Aw, thanks, No Tie. Yeah, this is some good music. I feel like you were in Vegas last year, but you didn't actually come out to, like, some of the hangouts?
Did I tell you how I felt? All my feelings could just
You were just, like, in Vegas for a different thing, right? I might be mixing you up with someone else.
say no. I pray you won't mean no. Change your mind.
Yeah, okay, just double checking. Just making sure this, you know, the old noggin
Together
remembered correctly.
in such a short time, you feel a clown for thinking forever.
Oh, you have a move instead? Oh, that's maybe a bummer, maybe a good thing? Are you looking forward to the move? I mean, moving sucks, but, like, the place you're moving to? Are you at least stoked on that? It's dope? Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, no worries, Nightshade. Yep. Oh, and yeah, that PB got us. Yeah, that padding bottom is no good. Let's think about this though. If we make this a what, like a 6%? We're working on the front end right now. Yeah. Yee-hoo! Exactly. It's such a good song. Alright, so let's go remove that padding bottom on the label. Wait, where did I even put that padding? No, I'm consuming plenty of fluids. You just want to see the P screen again, don't you? Yeah, I'll take it. You're not wrong. Well, I am not one of them. Wait, what did I just do? Why is that not even doing it? Oh no. Yeah, that is a bit triggering. Hey-o! Nice. Yeah, have a good night, muscle man. Alright, so we got 21.7 for that one. 21.7 for that one. So they're the same height. Was wrong. I'll call that one good. So yeah, we'll just put item center on it. There's like a 1 pixel difference there. Alright, so that button being there is something we want to do. No, I think item center was fine. I mean, we can try it. It would actually be like items end, right? So instead of invisible, wait, where did that 1 come from? That was odd. Alright, so yeah, our debounce messed us up there. So we don't want this button to be like a full width button. We want it to be like a small button. We do want to do like a padding here, which I think is P2. P2 was right. That's probably a good point. And yeah, we don't care about that. Like, we don't even care about the flex, actually. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, so then if we go to transactions, we should see a similar thing. Oh, there's something weird about our padding. Yeah, there's like an extra something on it there. So if we go look at the page that we're on, yeah, we see P2 shadow. We go to accounts. We see P4 shadow. Yep, so that's an easy one. Cool. Now we want to figure out why this table is going beyond the bounds of the page we're on. Now, granted, the better option is probably to not have that sidebar area on the right. So we could figure that part out. I might want to leave it for now, though, anyway. So yeah, we want to figure out why this table is not respecting the bounds of the thing that we're in. Yeah, we'll think about that part. It's not bad input. Yeah, I like it. Oh, you're saying at the component level. Yeah, no, the main reason I would like it is because I want to be consistent with the width of this inner thing. So instead, I might use the right sidebar for like informational stuff about transactions or about accounts. Maybe even throw some graphs over there. Why not? I'm wondering if the note field is necessary. And yeah, here it is at 100% and it looks fine, right? It's just when we do our 175 for stream that we get something weird. Overflow hidden. Nailed it. Exactly, Kevin. Yeah, where's the dev.events people when you need them? Come on, man. We got a scroll bar person. We can totally call up the scroll bar person. We got it. Yeah, dedicated scroll bar support. Exactly. All right, so here's my main thought. How much of this info is actually necessary? Note could be a tooltip on an icon. That's a good point. What's up, Pamper Carrot? How you doing? I was like, yeah, what does yen mean? What does yen mean in that context? And hey, what's up, Todd? How you doing, Mr. Sir? What are you up to? Are things finally like a more reasonable temperature where you're at? Getting there? Yeah, they almost convinced me to go down to Arizona last week. But there was Seattle JS on Wednesday, and there was like a Founders Bash event here in Seattle on Thursday. And I really wanted to attend the Founders Bash because it's a one-time-a-year thing. And like I got so much other traveling coming up that, yeah, like I was off the hook. Still triple digits? Really? It is like so reasonable here in Washington now. Like, this is perfect. This is absolutely ideal. Yeah, no worries, Kevin. Yep, have a good one. Yeah, we might be getting to that point here on stream too. Because we got some stuff we want to stew on for the other, like, layouts. Yeah, we definitely have a layout issue here. Number one, like, this table should actually be crunching up. So there's something weird going on there. You're procrastinating your procrastination? I get it. Nailed it. Don't use a tooltip for notes. Okay. Well, I mean, if we ended up using like a proper like popover, could that work? Right? Like, is like the standard like new popover more accessible? That's true. Like, really, the note would be something like user, like, credited via user service, or like service grant or something. Like, it's not meant to be like a long note. Dialogue modal would make more sense, sure. And also, here's the other thing, like, we could just go view details, and on the details page is where, like, the notes would be. Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to get wordy. But realistically, maybe the notes aren't important. Like on the other page. Yeah, and we do that, right? Like, that's just available through this right here, right? Like, view details. Bam. And we could turn the whole row into a link too, right? That would definitely be nicer as well. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we just hide the note field on this page. No, that's just like, that's leftover. That was boilerplate from like copying and pasting. We can fix that right now. That's easy. We could do a dialogue, or we could do an accordion effect. I think I'm I'm leaning more towards keeping that other page as we navigate to it, making it look prettier, of course, and just getting rid of the note field on this page for now. And then in the future, that would be maybe a better refactor. But I don't think it's important or necessary to do right now. Like, I'm not even sure transaction ID is important on this page. At which point, maybe if we just got rid of transaction ID, we'd be better off. Because, like, what is a user going to do with transaction ID on this page? Not much. But there could be value in searching for a specific transaction ID. Yeah. Yeah, would someone want to see, like, all the notes, though? Right? And, like, search by notes? I would say amount needs to stay. Overflow Y hidden. Someone else made that joke too. Let's fiddle with it. So that is not the element to style for it. So it's not the table we care about. We don't have any, like, width hard. Oh, we do have a width hard coded there. That would actually be our flaw. No, so that's it. It's specifically because of the notes field. So if we get rid of that on the notes field, I bet we're good. All right, so one thing I'm thinking is we can have the transaction ID be a max width, and then just like text ellipsis that too. It'll still be searchable. Those aren't bad options.
Everybody stop what you're doing, please.
Yeah, I see no problem with that, Todd. For sure. As long, like, especially if it's, like, overlappable.
Stop what you're doing.
Because the text ellipsis is purely presentational, so, like, screen readers should be able to read the full text, right? Actually, yeah, you know more about that than I do, right? Text ellipsis is purely presentational, so a screen reader shouldn't be affected, yeah? Really? I was not aware of that. I thought because text ellipsis was CSS that it wouldn't affect a screen reader. Really?
Yeah, somebody give me the foreman. I'd like to see the foreman. Can you give me the foreman, please? You're the foreman? Yeah. Well, I need to see the plans then for this house because you're making a very big fucking mistake. Get the plans for me, please. Stop working. I'm Axel Foley, the Beverly Hills Building Investigator. Didn't I tell you I was coming?
Sure.
No. Give me the guy. Did you guys
Is there no way that would help by doing like a title value on it?
These are wrong. These are wrong plans. These are the old plans. Oh, these are the old plans.
Because title is what I would do so you could still like hover it and see the whole thing.
They want to know why? No. They didn't tell you to come to meetings? No. I wasn't there to change these plans. The Andersons is wondering want to know why they changed the plans. The plans have been changed. There's not supposed to be any right angles on this building.
Okay. Damn. Yeah, that definitely throws it for a loop. Well, I mean, could I do title with the full text and then SR only on the inner text? Or sorry, like damn, no, hold on. Aria hidden on the full text, like the ellipsist text. Not SR only, but Aria hidden. Because then title gets read, but the Aria hidden doesn't. Well, no, that's what I'm getting. Like, I would do Aria hidden on this, like, text that you see, because it would be ellipsist, but then the title would still be, like, the full text. Sure. I'm willing to do it as a hack for now. Like, yeah, I'm really curious about that. I just wonder if, like, note is actually valuable. And yeah, we could shorten account, but I think, like, account would still just be the word account. Like, we're just getting rid of, like, ID. I do think truncating the year would work, but that messes with like screen readers too, because like, well, what does the 24 actually mean? Is that the 24th of May? And then the year is 11? Like, I don't know. Yeah. So I'd worry about messing with the dates too much. Oh, so we got a bug there with how we do our sorting. That's fun. Yes, for sure. 100%. So much so that we're going to want to do like internationalization at some point for sure. That's like way past a now concern, but definitely a concern at some point. Wait, what happened there? Oh, we're getting the 401. Wait, why didn't the 401 log us out? Yeah. Yeah, and we might just do that. That's fine to me. That's actually pretty easy. I can make that part of their initial onboarding for the business. Yeah, so I think we have enough to think about that I don't necessarily want to make a decision about that stuff yet. We've done a lot of really good work in like fixing things up. We're not done with that part yet, though, so let me just go remove that here on the transactions page. I'm so curious as to why this is not bailing out on us, though. Oh, never mind. That totally worked. Well, that's even weirder. All right. Because I thought our token expired. All right, let me just do one thing in list filters before we call it good. Because, yeah, it's 8 p.m., you know. This is later than we normally go. I was thinking about doing it on transaction ID. Because I think it, like, honestly, note would have to be truncated as well. But I still think there's value in seeing a little bit of the note field. Items End. Items End totally did it. I forget who recommended that. Nailed it. Good job. So you're thinking note? If there is a note, we would have an icon. If there is no note, if it's empty, we show nothing in there. I could like that. Yeah, I could be into that for sure. And just also keep in mind that this is probably closer to what a user will see. Like this as well might be closer to. But as the user like zooms in more, we got some of this stuff. I'd probably want to make sure the sidebar can crunch in a bit, like at some of these sizes. So like, yeah, we got some like responsiveness like stuff to work on. I like the idea of the note being an icon. I'd almost, yeah, like, I really do think there is value to being able to scan the note. So, yeah, somehow... Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. I don't want to make a decision on all this stuff just yet. This is one of those things where I think there's value in stewing on it a bit. Realistically, this sidebar could just go away. I don't know if the sidebar space on these pages is worthwhile. But it does keep it consistent with the other pages, right? Even here, I don't think sidebar helps, but when we go to settings, there is a sidebar that might make sense. That said, I'm not sure. Maybe settings is the outlier and we just get rid of that sidebar area. And then it solves a lot of our problems. We still end up having issues on mobile though. So it's still something to consider. So I don't know. We're not going to make any major decisions on that layout stuff just yet. And I have actually some thoughts about how I want to do this page too. But yeah, we should go figure out someone to raid because I need to eat some food. I need to use the restroom again anyway. You know, broke that seal. And I kind of want to play a little bit of games tonight. Tomorrow's a work day. So, you know, got work to do tomorrow. Got to make sure I get to sleep at a reasonable hour, and I still want to play a little bit of games. Who do we go raid? I don't know what game tonight. I'm not sure. Yeah, I probably won't be back in Scottsdale for another... Well... there might be something in early November. Yeah, I might be back in early November. Because, yeah, we got GitCon coming up, which is like a pre-recorded kind of just like event where we get like some talks and stuff and we make an event out of it and do some of that junk. And I believe me and another coworker are going to like MC it. So we're going to like pre-record some of that and I'll probably like head into town for that. Yeah, it'll be fun. All right, so let's look at who is streaming at the moment. We see MJ Stern killing it as always. The man. We see BeginBot. We haven't rated Begin in a while. Yeah, nope, BeginBot. Let's go see what BeginBot's up to. Oh, he grows out a mustache similar to mine. He's got more of a gap in the middle. Does he shave that middle gap? Or is that just how it grows in? I don't know. We'll find out. We don't have to ask. That would be rude, actually. We're not going to ask. But yeah, BeginBot. Awesome dude. He does some really cool stuff. He's doing some stuff with Suno.ai right now. And yeah, he's a great dude. Like, make sure you go chat with him, say hi. He's very entertaining. You'll enjoy it, I think. But yeah, so YouTube and Algora, I will bid you farewell before I see off the rest of Twitch here. But thank you everyone on YouTube and everyone on Algora for watching and hanging out. We just had a great day today. A rare Sunday stream from me because I'll be at TwitchCon next weekend. So later YouTube, later Algora.